this interesting thing from Sam Altman a while back where he was talking about delegation, and he was saying one of the important things for delegation is delegate to people who are actually good at the thing that you want them to do. It's the most obvious thing, but it seems like you want to partner with people who are naturally going to do the things that you want them to do.
Yeah, I almost won't start a company or hire a person or work with somebody if I just don't think they're into what I want them to do. When I was younger, I used to try and talk people into things. That was this idea that you can sell someone into doing something, but you can't. You can't keep them motivated. You can get them inspired initially. It might work if you're a king like Henry V and you're trying to get them to lose charge of the battle, and then they'll figure it out. But if you're trying to keep someone motivated for the long term, that motivation has become intrinsically. You can't just do it, nor can you do it crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. Reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So,
okay, let's go start. Should be okay, flat. I will never do a trap, a short trap. Don't trap. Journey in which you go somewhere for a short and come back and then come back again and come back again and come back again. Travel. Okay. Travel in an aircraft. I'll never forget from my first flight. How was your flight? Well, our flights to New York today delay. Our flight to New York today because of bad weather. My flight was cancelled. My flight was cancelled. Okay, delayed. Happening at a later time more than expect or intended. Happening at a later time than expected or intended. All flights to New York today are delayed because of bad weather. My flight. Passengers. Okay, passengers. Okay. Let me see. At a bus. Travel person at a bus. No. Passengers. are requested to check in 2 hours before the flight. Choose Okay. Passengers are requested to check in 2 hours before the flight. If the flight is late, we'll miss our connection. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard flight BA 3445 to Tokyo. I wonder if you could help me and like some information about flights to New Zealand. Okay, have you had any luck with booking your flight? Have you had any luck with booking your flight? Okay. Have you had any luck with the booking your flight? Let me see. Have you had any luck with booking your flight? Okay. Order. Okay. Have you had any luck with your flight? Okay. Arrangement. You have a tour room to tickets at a particular time in the future, or the process of making this arrangement. Have you had any luck with booking your flight? Have you had any luck with booking your flight? An aircraft that is make a particular trip. An aircraft that is make a particular trip. Flight. Flight 4742. Okay. Buenos Aires. Flight 4742. Buenos Aires. Flight 4742. Buenos Aires is now boarding at gate 9. Flight an aircraft that is making a particular trip. That is making a particular trip. Special. Okay, special trip. 5472 for lesser areas. Whereas early is not boarding at gate. Areas is now boarding at gate 9. For example, welcome aboard a flight BA3452 to Tokyo. All passengers as passengers. Let me see. All passengers. Passengers. All passengers for flight LH103. Please proceed to gate. Keep going. Continue. Okay, process. Let me see. Process to continue as planned. Please proceed to gate 16. This is flight 595X. Do you read me? Read me? I'll be delayed by 30 minutes. British Airways regret. British Airways regret amounts announce the cancellation of flight BA2052 Madrid. British Airways regret. A feeling of sadness about something bad, sad or wrong, or about a mistake that you have made, and a wish that it could have been difficult or better. A feeling of sadness. Okay, British Airways feel sadness and wish it better, and wish that it could have been different better. Airways would announce the cancellation of flight cancellation of flight BA2052 Madrid. Occasion when something flies. flies. Occasion something flies or moves through the air. Through an occasion when something flies or moves through the air. Through the air. Through the air. Through the air. An occasion when something flies or moves through the air. An occasion when something flies or moves through the air. Or moves through the air. An occasion when something flies or moves through the air. An occasion when something flies or moves through the air. Moves. An eagle in flight. An eagle in flight. An eagle in flight. An eagle in flight. An eagle. An eagle in flight. An eagle in flight. An eagle in flight. An eagle in flight. An eagle. An eagle in flight. Suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight. Suddenly flight. Suddenly. Okay, occasion of sadness. Okay. Arrangement. Plan. A plan for how something will happen. A plan. You will make a plan. Arrangement. Okay, make arrangements. They made a warm party. They made all the arrangements for the party. Arrangements were made to the prisoners to London. They made all arrangements. They made all the arrangements for the party. Arrangements were made to move prisoners to another jail. Or I can't check your arrangement. Arrangement or plan for how something will happen. Okay, arrangement. You make to have hotel tickets. Okay. Occasion something flies or moves through the air. Okay. Occasion when something flies or moves through the air. A particular time, especially. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. A particular time, especially. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. When something happens or has happened. When something happens, I met a similar case. Okay. The party. Not party. I met several discuss. I met several movement. I've heard him be rude to her online. I've heard him be rude to her on a number of occasions. I seem to remember. I seem to remember that on that occasion he was with his wife. I seem to remember. I seem to remember that on that occasion he was with his wife. I seem to remember that on that occasion he was with his wife. Particular type, especially with something, especially a particular type, especially when something happens or has happened. Especially when something happens or has happened. Particular type, especially when something happens or has happened. Particular type, especially when something happens or has happened. Special for event. Summer party is quite an occasion. There were over 100 people. Jolly one. That's when something happens, especially when something happens or has happened. Has happened, particularly something happened. Okay. cheese. Okay. Occasion when something falls through the air. Occasion when something falls or moves through the air. Occasion when something falls. When something falls or moves through the air. Occasion, a particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. Occasion when something falls or moves through the air. No. Or special or formal practice. So the party was quite a special or formal event. Several parties was quite an occasion. There are over 100 people there. Special. A special or a form event, or parties or prison or cage to cut something. This case, I have been several. I remember I met several to discuss. I met several occasions to discuss this. I've heard him to be with her a number occasions. Something falls through a particular time, especially when something happens or has happened, a particular time, especially when something happens or has happened, a particular time, especially when something. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. Particular, especially when something happens or has happened or has. A particular time, especially when something happens or has. Maybe on several occasions, especially when something happens or has happened. On several occasions, to discuss the issue, like case. Subject or problem that people are thinking, talk about. Subject or problem that subject or problem that people a subject or problem that people are thinking and talking about or a subject or problem that people are thinking and talking about. Okay, we occasion. Okay, hitting several or occasions, a special or formal event, and hitting some files or moves. An occasion when something files or moves. Occasion when something files or moves through the air. Occasion when something files or move through the air, or something move through the air, or something file or move through the air. Occasion. Okay, okay. Particular times. A particular time something happens. Something would happen. I remember I were few kids. I remember there were few kids when had kids. Were few occasions. Occasion. Occasion. With something, occasion with something files, occasion something removes air, when you go in flight, suddenly the whole flag, suddenly the whole flag is to fight. Whole flag, a group of like this, and subject. Take a issue case. We'll take an issue. A group of sheep. A group of gulls or birds. Suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight. Like a group of birds. A group of gulls. Okay, goose. Group of birds. To the atmosphere. Large water bird, large water bird, similar to a dark large were the meat from the bird. Yes, camels. Nutrition dark, led to a dark but large. It's over. Suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight. Suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight. Started flying. Suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight, started flying. Suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight, started flying. Mother Mesa took fire. Okay, fire started. Modern missiles. Can you do it?
Modern.
Modern missiles designed or made or designed and made using the most recent ideas and methods. Okay, a critical test or something happened to you has happened. Okay, modern missiles are so completely in the air, so accurate. Modern missiles. A flying weapon that has its own engine, so that it can travel a long distance before exploding at the place that is being aimed at. A flying weapon. Missiles. 我靠 Flying weapon. Modern missiles are so accurate. So accurate. Modern missiles are so accurate. Completely correct. Okay. Very good. 我觉得重新解释，我并不是很理解的。Modern design were made use the most recent ideas and methods. Accurate. Modern missiles are so accurate. Modern missiles Modern methods are so accurate. No. Modern methods are so accurate. Accurate. Modern methods are so. Modern methods are so accurate because offline is controlled by computer. Correct is exact or without and without any mistake. Correct. Accurate. What?
Accurate.
Okay, accurate. Okay, now this. Accurate. Okay, modern methods are also accurate because their flight is controlled by controlled by computer. Modern methods are so accurate. So accurate because their flight is controlled by computer. Emergency. Something dangerous or serious. Something dangerous or serious. Modern methods are so accurate. Accurate. Okay, 颜色 a little bit hard. a little bit hot. Emergency, something dangerous, something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpected result. Not plan happen, or unexpectedly results or unexpectedly results. Something dangerous or serious. Such as an accident. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpected, which happens suddenly or unexpected results. How would disabled people escape? Okay, something dangerous or serious, something dangerous or serious, such as an accident which happens suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? I don't know. Disabled. Correct and without any mistake. Dark. Yes. Disabled. Having an illness, injury, or condition that makes it difficult to do something that other people do. Yes. How does it escape? Yeah, disabled. Have an illness, injury, or condition that makes it difficult to do something that other people do. Escape. Good phrase. Get free. To get free or something, or to avoid something. The person has escaped. Get free. Man escaped from escape. She was knocking. She knocked to he never escaped me from his name escaped me. I have forgotten his name. Nothing important to escape is her notice. Nothing important to escape her notice. Nothing important. Escape. Okay. 我定最后 escape 就带舒服一些。Nothing important. Nothing important. Nothing important. Escape her notice. 等一下。Two prisoners have escaped. Two prisoners have escaped. Prisoners. Two prisoners have escaped. Escape. To get for something or to avoid something. To get for avoid. To stay away from someone or something. Stay away. I try to avoid supermarket. I try to avoid away from. I try to avoid their voice to be there. I try to avoid. And then when you can okay. And voice have woman has it from has escaped. She's not going to escape service. She's not going to. His name. 这个人说什么 His name escapes me. Nothing important. Nothing important escapes for her. Avoid. People escape. How would disable? Okay, the numbers. Okay. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? Or pallet. Is the emergency exist? How would you say? How would the disabled people how would the disabled people escape in an emergency?这是个问句对吧？上次理解错了。Jesus. God, I'm wrong. Okay. Let me see. Jeez, I'm wrong.
So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know that socially, If someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive, it's a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions in your life. People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, like, wow, that's amazing that, you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else recently, so I'm not taking credit for this, but I modified a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have in yourself. You will always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputations of themselves and they understand it. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things because ego can be undeserved, but self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they're to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status to me. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Their beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful, critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they will prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come up with a solution. There's also the classic like military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option, where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just like foolhardy and chasing what's not work. That's why I say rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just because he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it. Maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means to stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people are wandering through a jungle. They hear a tiger. One's an optimist and says, "Oh, it's not headed our way." The other one says, "I'm a pessimist. I'm out of here." And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets, because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, what's the big deal? You lost a few $1 million and invest your money, and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take. The chances that you will succeed. It made sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country. I actually think the economic advantage opportunities in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail. So don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health and stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital, all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem. And then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this, he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE. And he used to pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just overrun with nitpickers. And exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has coffee at his shoes and just look like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited, the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. Very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors in that. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists at the top of the production chain for humanity, and the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into. This is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But Mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology, and technology businesses where I found myself. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed, and often observed by other people who know you well, and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. To the extent that specific knowledge is taught, it's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor, and sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham and offered to work for him for free. And Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right, that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, on the bleeding edge of art, on the bleeding edge of communication. Even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people, or are very persuasive. Like, for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments in videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He's read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's highly creative. It has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing Dilbert cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense for it?
You know, I came up with this framework when I was really young, and we're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because every other term that I found for it was overloaded in a different way. At least specific knowledge isn't that used. I can rebrand it. The probably unique knowledge is, yeah, maybe it's unique, but if I learn it from somebody else, it's no longer unique. Then we both know it. So it's not so much that it is unique, it's that it is highly specific to the situation, it's specific to the individual, it's specific to the problem. And it can only be built as part of a larger obsession, interest, and time spent in that domain. It can't just be read straight out of a single book, nor can it be taught in a single course, nor can it be programmed into a single algorithm.
Speaking of Scott Adams, he's got a blog post on how to build your career by getting in, say, the top 25 percentile.
Let me see. Okay. In the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs. In the emergency suitable in the emergency exit suitable for wheelchair. The pilot of the aircraft was forced. 我就没有想过了。The pilot of the aircraft was forced. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. In the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs. In the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs. In the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs. Okay, the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs. The pilot of the aircraft The pilot. The pilot of the aircraft. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva, Lake Geneva. Force. Hit. Force. Down again where you wish. Down against you wish. Action that is forced. Physics especially violent, strong, so you physics violent, cut apart. Use force to use a force to hurt or attack. Force. Okay. Physics especially violent. Was forced to make the Pentagon. Was forced. Okay, you don't know. Influence. Nice. The problem effect. Oh. Nice. Influence. Where a person works in that way, works with an or force. A group of people organized and trained especially for a particular purpose. In operation. A person was what of influence and emergency. Scientific. The force gravity. Physics, especially violent strength, war power. The force of wind, especially violent strength, war power. The force of the wind had brought down high growth and many trees in the area. Brought the force of force strength, special violent strength or power. Okay, force the pilot of forced to make the pilot of aircraft was forced. The pilot of forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay. The pilot of the aircraft forced. Okay. Physics. Especially violent strength, war power. Physics especially violent. The pilot of the aircraft. forced. Need. Okay, now just was forced. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake. Landing on Lake Geneva. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. More examples. During the emergency, many staff. During the emergency, many staff volunteered. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the week. Volunteers. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. I don't know about this. During the emergency, many staff volunteered. During the emergency, many staff. 果然前面都忘了。Staff, group of people. Okay. During the emergency, many staff. Oh, volunteer. Okay, volunteered to work through the weekend. During the emergency, many staff. Okay, 这么理解了吗？ People, a group of people who work for an organization. Volunteer, a person who does something, especially help other people. Willing and without being forced or paid to do it. 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 During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grammar always. Grammar. Grammar always kept a bit track our way in case there was keep a bit track our volunteer track. Different better. Feel sad feelings. Feeling sadness about something sad or wrong. Feeling sadness. 我觉得他这些都没提，根本就这么。 need to push your rules and piece and our piece of clothes. Okay, track away. To push your rules. Okay, track into a bigger place or operation, especially to make it comfortable. Keep our money track in case there was a emergency. Hey, holidays, emergency. Track. Need to push your loose and a piece of clothes. To push your loose and a piece of clothing environment including tropical types of work for this, especially to make it neat, more comfortable. TD with anything in its place. With anything in its place. Anything in its place. With anything in its place. TD with anything in its place. TD with anything in its place. TD with anything in its place. Your house is always so neat. How do you manage it? She likes everything neat and thick. With anything in its place. Neat. Track. TD. To hold part of your body in particular. Unattractive money tracked away in case there was. Grandma always kept a bit of money tracked away in case there was. Okay, tracked away. tractor away in case there was an emergency. You cannot airplane water emergency. Cannot airplane. Place. Okay, you cannot airplane on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket. I always keep a blanket. I always keep a blanket. I always keep blanket. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. I always keep a blanket. Okay, I don't that mean trunk in the trunk for emergency. trunk 应该说是角落吧的 trunk main part this thick main stem of a tree from which its branches grow. The main part of a person's body, not including the head, neck, or arms. Main part, trunk. In the trunk for emergency. Okay, in the trunk for emergency. 箱子这是。trunk. Trunk. Particular tight features. Main part. The main part of brood. No main part. No. Counter not string. Trunk. Main part. Main part for what? I will keep it. Get a toolkit in the trunk for emergency. One word. 20 million people forced okay, face and not heels. 20 people are forced starvation unless a vast not aid support or help. Not vast, notch, yes, flying whip, vast, notch, extreme big, okay. a mini, a mi, a min, a mi, 20 million, 20 million, 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 20 million people, 20 million people, 20 million people face, 20 million people face starvation, unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. First, 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Backed. 8. Support world health. OK. 救助援助的 aid from program aid, and I need support. No. Backed cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of baggage do you have? How many pieces? Baggage cases that you take with you when you travel bags. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for our cases. Extra pay more than usual. Extra for our excess is baggage. Extreme excess vast. Extreme excess extremely too much. Amount that is more than perceptive, expected, or reasonable. Amount that is more than acceptable, expected, or reasonable. Amount that is more than acceptable, expected, or reasonable. An amount that is more than accepted, expected, or reasonable. We had to pay extra for our excess baggage, our bags and suitcases. That way. Suitcases, neck baggage, suitcases, our baggage and suitcases that were suitcases extremely too much. Armor that is more than acceptable, expected, or reasonable. Trunk. Accurate. Suitcases. Not Jim Conrad, the wonderful character of them. possession while travel. Control electric tailor. For example, our activities are backed in cases that weigh more than was or not more than was or not more than was. More than was or not was or not. For example. More than was or not. We had to pay extra for our excess back. We had to pay extra for our excess back. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than was or not. We had to pay extra. We had to pay extra for our excess for our excess. Okay, excess. We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Okay. Our bags and suitcases and that weight more than was or not. For example, Fiona took so much back with her. We had difficulty getting it out on the couch. We had difficulty getting it on too much bags with her. We had difficulty getting out on the couch. Which means on the couch. Oh, 这是品牌名啊。No coach. Getting it out on the couch. Like this. A road. Some teacher on the couch. Small job is to teach some people to improve at a sport scale or school subject. Someone whose job is to work with sport. Long metro vehicle. We have difficult getting coach or non-mental vehicle with conflicts that is not global travel vehicle. Okay, we have difficult getting it on the coach. Okay. We had difficulty getting it. Are on the coach. My coach. OK, coach 这里是一个，这里就是这个 vehicle， 这里就是 vehicle。We had found took so much baggage with her. We had difficulty getting it. On the coach. No one is allowed on the plane. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. No one is allowed on the plane. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been through completed check. Completed third. No one is allowed on this. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? See, can we leave our baggage hotel until it is? Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The benefits and feelings that influence. OK， 这个意思。OK， the benefits and feelings that influence about people have effect about people and influence how you think and behave. OK， we 可以说是价值观情绪 the benefits 心理 but we are carry a lot of emotional baggage. We carry a lot of emotion baggage around with us. Emotion baggage. Okay, we are carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. Okay, the benefits, feelings. Coach. Vehicle. Alignment to vehicle. Metric. Emotion around influence benefits. Emotion. Rating to emotion. A children emotion. Okay, develop a children emotion. Develop emotion or strong feelings such as love or anger or strong feeling. how to finish. We are carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. We are around us. Clean. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. Okay. Claim. To say that something is true or is a fact, you cannot prove it, or other people might be not believe. Okay, to say that something is true or is a fact, even though you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. Prove. Act. Motion. Prove.我想把它拿开了，就这样吧。Prove it. Prove it. To show a particular result. Cannot to show a particular result after a period of time. To show a particular result after a period of time. To show a particular results. To show a particular result after a period of time. To show a particular result after a period of time. To show a particular result after a period of time. To show a particular result after a period of time. To show a particular result after a period. To show, although you cannot prove it, or cannot prove, and other people might show 正的是吗？An operation proved the community exists. evaporation, operation, okay, to show. You cannot prove it to show a particular type result after a period. Yeah, I'm right. To say that something is true or is a fact, or is a fact. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it to show. To prove it, and other people might not believe it. The company claims it is not responsible. The company claims. Okay, to say that something is true. The company claims that it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. Is not responsible. Be responsible for someone. Responsible duty. The company claim. See that something is true or is fact. The company claims that is not for the pollution. Responsible duty to have control authority over something or someone and duty and take care of it. Him or her. Power is the direction responsible for the efficient running of the office. Her department is responsible for overseeing the councils. Her department is responsible for overseeing the councils. On the terrorist. Our parties have named success in yesterday nowadays for pollution duty is be responsible for something to have control and authority over something or someone and their duties and take care of it. The department is responsible for overseeing the council. Responsible. Prove it. Prove it. Like this. Prove it. Pollution, like damage caused to water air by harmful substance or waste. Bad use on unnecessary or wrong use money substance. waste. To not be used, go to understand matter. Empty ground. Use bad to use too much of something or use something badly when there is a limited amount of it. Balance. The company responsible for pollution damage for the responsible duty is not responsible. Is not responsible for the pollution. Is not responsible for the pollution in the river. It claims to have made the present It claims. Say that something. He claims to say that something. He claimed to have made the president, but I don't believe it. President. All parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. All parties claimed success. Claimed success. Okay, now this. To say that something is true or is a fact. Okay. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. Say something true. Say. An unknown terrorist group. Okay. An unknown terrorist group has claimed. Has claimed responsible. And group has claimed responsible for his morning's bomb attack. Terrorist has claimed responsible. Claimed responsible. Okay. So I'm gonna
at 3 or more things, and by doing that, you become the only person in the world who can do those three things in the 25th percentile. So instead of trying to be the best at one thing, you just try to be very, very good at three or more things. Is that a way of building specific knowledge?
I actually think the best way is just to follow your own obsession. And somewhere in the back of your mind, you can realize that, hey, actually, this obsession, like I'll keep an eye out for the commercial aspects of it. But I think if you go around trying to build it a little too deliberately, if you become too goal-oriented on the money, then you won't pick the right thing. You won't actually pick the thing that you love to do, so you won't go deep enough into it. Scott Adams' observation is a good one. It's predicated on statistics. Let's say there's 10,000 areas that are valuable to the human race today in terms of knowledge to have. And the number one in those 10,000 slots is taken, right? Someone else is likely to be the number one in each of those 10,000 unless you happen to be one of the 10,000 most obsessed people in the world at a given thing. But when you start going the combinatorics of combining, well, number 3,728 with top-notch sales skills and really good writing skills and someone who understands accounting and finance really well, and the need for that intersection arise, you've expanded now from 10,000 through combinatorics to millions or tens of millions. So it just becomes much less competitive. Also, there's diminishing returns, so it's much easier to be top 75 percentile at 3 or 4 things than it is to be literally the number one at something. I think it's a very pragmatic approach, but I think it's important that one not start assembling things too deliberately, because you do want to pick things where you are a natural. Everyone is a natural at something. We're all familiar with that phrase, a natural. Oh, this person's a natural at meeting men or women. This person's a natural socialite. This person's a natural programmer. This person's a natural reader. So whatever you are a natural at, you want to double down on that. And then there are probably multiple things you're natural at, because personalities and humans are very complex. So we want to be able to take the things that you are natural at and combine them so that you automatically, just through sheer interest and enjoyment, end up top 25 or top 10 or top 5% at a number of things.
Talking about combining skills, you said that you should learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you will be unstoppable.
You know, this is a very broad category now, but it's 2 broad categories. One is building the product, which is hard, and it's multivariate. That can include design, that can include development, that can include manufacturing, logistics, procurement. It could even be designing and operating a service. It has many, many definitions, but in every industry, there is a definition of the builder. In our tech industry, that's the CTO, it's the programmer, it's the software engineer, hardware engineer. But, you know, even in like a laundry business, it could be the person who's building the laundry service, who is making the trains run on time, who's making sure all the clothes end up in the right place at the right time, and so on. Then the other side of it is the sales side. Again, selling has a very broad definition. Selling doesn't necessarily just mean selling individual customers, but it could mean marketing, it could mean communicating, it could mean recruiting, it could mean raising money, it could mean inspiring people, it could mean doing PR. So it's a broad umbrella category. So generally, the Silicon Valley startup model tends to work best. It's not the only way, but it is probably the most common way. When you have 2 founders, one of whom is world-class at sales and one of whom is world-class at building. An example is, of course, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak with Apple. Gates and Allen probably had similar responsibility early on with Microsoft. Larry and Sergey, probably broke down along those lines, although it's a little different there because that was a very technical product delivered to end users through a simple interface. But generally, you will see this pattern repeated over and over. There's a builder and there's a seller. There's a CEO and CTO combo. And the venture and technology investors are almost trained to look for this combo whenever possible. It's the magic combination. The ultimate is when one individual can do both. That's when you get true superpowers. That's when you get people who can create entire industries. The living example is Elon Musk. He may not necessarily be building the rockets himself, but he understands enough that he actually makes technical contributions. He understands the technology well enough that no one's gonna snow him on it, and he's not running around making claims that he doesn't think he can eventually deliver. He may be optimistic in the timelines, but he thinks it's within reasonableness of delivery. Even Steve Jobs developed enough product skills and was involved enough in the product that he also operated in both of these domains. Larry Ellison started as a programmer and I think wrote the first version of Oracle, or was actually heavily involved in it. Mark Andreessen was also in this domain. He may not have had enough confidence in his sales skills, but he was the programmer who wrote Netscape Navigator, a big chunk of it. So I think the real giants in any field are the people who can both build and sell. And usually the building is the thing that, like, a salesperson can't pick up building later in life. It requires too much focused time. But a builder can pick up selling a little bit later, especially if they were already innately wired to be a good communicator. Bill Gates famously paraphrased this as, I would rather teach an engineer marketing than a marketer engineering. I think if you start out with a building mentality and you have building skills and still early enough in your life, or you have enough focused time that you think you can learn selling, and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now, your sales skills could be in a different than traditional domain. So, for example, let's say you're a really good engineer, and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like communicating to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair, because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson. But in a weird way, that combination, back to the Scott Adams skill stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy, and they can get almost anything done.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job. And it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and, frankly, more time because it's very intense, it's a very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like, for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good. But when you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you can start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer, but I think that is actually the right answer.
Before we go and talk about accountability and leverage and judgment, you've got a few tweets further down the line that I would put in the category of continuous learning. There is no skill called business. Avoid business magazines in business class. Study microeconomics, game theory, psychology, persuasion, ethics, mathematics, and computers. There's one other comment that you made in a Periscope that was you should be able to pick up any book in the library and read it. And the last tweet in this category was reading is faster than listening, doing is faster than watching.
Yeah, the most important tweet on this I don't even have in here, unfortunately, which is the foundation of learning is reading. I don't know a smart person who doesn't read and read all the time. And the problem is, what do I read? How do I read? Because for most people, it's a struggle, it's a chore. So the most important thing is just to learn how to educate yourself. And the way to educate yourself is to develop a love for reading. So the tweet that is left out, the one that I was hinting at, is read what you love until you love to read. It's that simple. Everybody I know who reads a lot loves to read. And they love to read because they read books that they loved. It's a little bit of a catch-22, but you want to start off just reading wherever you are and then keep building up from there until reading becomes a habit. And then eventually you will just get bored of the simple stuff. So you may start off reading fiction, then you might graduate to science fiction, then you may graduate to nonfiction, then you may graduate to science or philosophy or mathematics or whatever it is. But take your natural path and just read the things that interest you until you understand them, and then you'll naturally move to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Now, there is an exception to this, which is where I was hinting with what things you actually do want to learn, which is at some point there's too much out there to read. And even reading is full of junk. There are actually things you can read, especially early on, that will program your brain a certain way. And then later things that you read, you will decide whether those things are true or false based on the earlier things. So it is important that you read foundational things. And foundational things, I would say, are the original books in a given field that are very scientific in their nature. So, for example, instead of reading a business book, pick up Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Instead of reading a book on biology or evolution that's written today, I would pick up Darwin's Origin of the Species. Instead of reading a book on biotech right now that may be very advanced, I would just pick up The Eighth Day of Creation by Watson and Crick. Instead of reading advanced books on what cosmology and what Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking have been saying, you can pick up Richard Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces that start with basic physics. If you understand the basics, especially in mathematics and physics and sciences, then you will not be afraid of any book. All of us have that memory of when we're sitting in class and we're learning mathematics, and it was all logical and all made sense until at one point the class moved too fast and we fell behind. And then after that, we were left memorizing equations, memorizing concepts without being able to derive them from first principles. And at that moment, we were lost. Because unless you're a professional mathematician, you're not going to remember those things. All you're going to remember are the techniques and foundations. So you have to make sure that you're building on a steel frame of understanding, because you're putting together a foundation for a skyscraper. And you're not just memorizing things, because if you're just memorizing things, you're lost. So the foundations are ultra important. And the ultimate is when you walk into a library and you look at it up and down and you don't fear any book. You know that you can take any book off the shelf, you can read it, you can understand it, you can absorb what is true, you can reject what is false, and you have a basis for even working that out that is logical and scientific and not purely just based on opinions. The beauty of the internet is the entire Library of Alexandria times 10 is at your fingertips at all times. It's not the means of education or the means of learning are scarce. The means of learning are abundant. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. So you really have to cultivate that desire. And it's not even cultivated, you have to not lose it. Children have a natural curiosity. If you go to a young child who's first learning language, they're pretty much always asking, what's this, what's that, why is this, who's that? They're always asking questions. But one of the problems is that schools and our educational system and even our way of raising children replaces curiosity with compliance. And once you replace the curiosity with the compliance, you get an obedient factory worker, but you no longer get a creative thinker. And you need creativity, you need that ability to feed your own brain to learn whatever you want. And to me, foundational things are principles, they're algorithms, they're deep-seated logical understanding where you can defend it or attack it from any angle. And that's why microeconomics is important. Because macroeconomics, a lot of memorization, a lot of macro bullshit. As Nassim Taleb says, it is easier to macro bullshit than it is to micro bullshit. Because macroeconomics is voodoo complex science meets politics. You can't find two macroeconomists to agree on anything these days, and different macroeconomists get used by different politicians to peddle their different pet theories. There are even macroeconomists out there now peddling something called modern monetary theory, which says, hey, except for this pesky thing called inflation, we can just print all the money that we want. Yes, except for this pesky thing called inflation. That's like saying, instead of limited energy, we can fire rockets off into space all day long. It's just nonsense, but the fact that there are people who have macroeconomists in their title and are peddling modern monetary theory just tells you that macroeconomics as a so-called science has been corrupted. It's influential politics. So you really want to focus on the foundations. The ultimate foundation are mathematics and logic. If you understand logic and mathematics, then you have the basis for understanding the scientific method. Once you understand the scientific method, then you can understand how to separate truth from falsehood in other fields and other things that you're reading. So be very careful about reading other people's opinions. And even be careful about reading facts, because so-called facts are often just opinions, but with a veneer around them. What you really are looking for is algorithms. What you're really looking for is understanding. It's better to go through a book really slowly and struggle and stumble and rewind than it is to fly through it quickly and say, well, now I've read 20 books, I've read 30 books, I've read 50 books in the field. It's like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who knows 1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches. I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need two things if I was going to try and sum it up. One, practical persuasion, And two, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics. If you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you are adding in persuasion, which is talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in. If you're good with computers, if you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic of a thing. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill. It's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools. I don't mean to distract from it completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics and computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations. I would focus with a science bent. I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, a fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen at 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. Going back to business school case study, that's a classic example. You know, they study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Poor Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. You know, I've learned that tit for tat, get rid of prisoner's dilemma, is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running the retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So the learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that I was used to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running their business, it's the number of iterations that drives a learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory, and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of low risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in a natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. We're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is. That's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you will do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money. They're losing money. They're constantly stressed out. All the responsibility is upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility. You have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability, it allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think that a lot of voters just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves. It's validated. But these people also take risks for putting their name.
Okay, sure. Violent.就这样了，不管了。So that if terrorist group or if an organization or group claims particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. What's the meaning of this? Belong, case word, violent, use force, violent, force. To be in the right place or a suitable place. To be in the right place or a suitable place. In the right place. In the right, okay. Believe in there. Believed to belong to it. If an organization or a group If an organization or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organism or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organism or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organization belong to it. Okay, to ask for something of value. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs. To ask something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. I know this. To the right place or place. Request. To ask something. To ask for something. Request. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right. Demand. Request. To ask for something forced. In our way that should not expected to is refused. Demand. Ask for something forced. Demand. Ask for something forced. Or with that show that you do not expect to be refused. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. They please. The police said that if no one claims, if they said that if no one claims you, she can keep you. Demand. To ask for something, or you because you think it belongs to you, or because you think have a right to it. Demand. When King Richard III died, Henry IV named the English English, the English through when King Richard III died, Henry IV, Henry IV, Henry V, King.
VII.
Clean. Demand clean. Statement. Demand. When King Richard died of 105. Why?
When King Richard III died, Henry VII claimed the English throne. When King Richard III died, Henry VII claimed the English throne. When King Richard III died, Henry VII claimed the English throne.
Seven.
When King Richard III died, Henry VII claimed the English throne. When King Richard III died, Henry VII
Seven. What? Henry VII
claimed the English throne. When King Richard III died, Henry VII claimed the English throne.
Ah. This? Jeez.
Out there, obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world that he sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team, and absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from my Australian friends that like the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. Like, so you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product. This person is responsible for the messaging. This person is responsible for raising money. This person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time, if something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school, and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there. There were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility. But you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money. But we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages through the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on, I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security.
Ranking reach now 3 times. 7 claim the English through. So to make a written demand for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right to it. The number of people claiming employment, the number of people employment benefits. Okay, employment benefits had risen too much. Very sharply. Up risen. Really clean. Had risen quickly. Risen. 结束上涨 raise to move upward to move up quickly okay reason move forward sharp quickly and sudden. Okay, the number of people claiming employment benefits has risen sharply this month. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses. Don't forget to write to make a written demand for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right to it. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. Don't forget to travel expenses. Great demand for money. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses. Okay. Expenses. Traveling plan. Money plan. Expenses. Money that you spend when you are doing your job. That your employer will pay back to you. Money that you spend when you are doing your job. Money that you spend when you are doing your job. Expenses. Don't forget to claim your travel job after claim traveling expense. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses. Don't forget to claim your travel. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses. Money that you spend when you are doing your job. That your employer will pay back to you. Expenses. Money that you spend when you. Okay. Get to when my back's stolen, I claimed Don't forget to claim your time.好，回去，感觉不太对，意思理解错了。Process to clean it. No. Don't forget where my back claimed. Okay, don't forget to claim your traveling expenses. expenses. Travel expenses. Travel after the interview. When my bag was stolen, don't claim your expenses after the interview. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance and got found back. Okay, if they store expenses, money that you spend money that you spend when you are doing your job, that your employee will pay back, that your employee will pay back, that your pay back to money that you spend expenses, that you money that you spend when you are doing it. I needed to get my proof. So but don't worry about a good customer. It's confident. Don't worry much. 明白了。Traveling. His employee fired him for lying. His employee boss, his employee fired him for about his lying about his. Our hotel was covered. He claimed all in business. So he claimed all. He claimed all. When you my back store, I claimed. Okay. Replacement in the store will give a replacement. So he will claim. I'll claim my back. I'll claim. In the back store, don't forget claim your bag after the. Okay. I would after the interview. Okay, I would do. The number of people claim employment the number of people claim employment benefits has risen sharply this month. Crap. Our sudden painful tightening were massive. Our sudden painful tightening were massive. after a lot of exercise that limits movement. Several runners needed treatment for cramp and exhaustion. Okay, several runners needed treatment for cramp and exhaustion. OK， 几个运动员跑步运动员需要疲劳和肌肉检测，对吧 ？Treatment check and exhaustion. Certainly painful tightening your muscle. For tightening your muscle often after a lot exercise that limits movement. Stuck crap. I have a crab. I have my crab in my foot. I have a crab in my foot. Okay, so wrong. Tightening. I don't know. I forget this. Tightening. The activity of limiting the amount of money that people and companies are able to borrow or spend. For example, by increasing interest rates. The activity of limiting the amount of money that people and companies are able to borrow or spend. For example, they increase interest rates. Must be like this. Tight. Tightening. The activity of limits. Okay, the painful. Limits the amount of money that people or company are able to borrow or spend. For example, by increasing interest rates.
Interest. Okay. Interest.
Increase interest rates. Okay, interest. For example, by increasing interest rates. For example, interest rates. Crabs. Pain in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. She took some medicine for her crabs. She took some medicine for her crabs. Okay. Pain in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Particular time. Pains in the lower caused stomach. She took some medicine for her crabs. crap and extreme tired, extreme painful, tightening, limit activity. Okay, the activity of limiting the amount of money that people and the companies are able to borrow or spend, for example, by increasing interest rates. A sudden painful tightening. A sudden painful tightening. In a muscle. Or sudden painful tightening in a muscle often after a night of exercise that limits movement. Crap. Okay, crap. Oh, crap. Like this. Okay. To limit someone, especially to prevent them for injury or fault. Prevent. Next step. Not request. Stop like to prevent that. Prevent. Stop. To stop something from happening or someone for doing something. Joking. Okay, so joking. To stop. Never use suitcases to prevent. Suitcases. Prevent confession. A situation in which people do not understand what is happening. A suitable on which people do not understand what is happening. What they should do or who someone or something is. A situation in which people do not understand what is happening, what they should do, or who someone or something is. A situation in which people do understand what is happening. In a situation in which people do not understand what is happening, what they should do, or who someone or something is. What is? No.
Confusion.
Confusing. A situation in which people do not understand what is happening, what they should do, or who someone or someone is, or who someone or something. There's something to be some confusion over whose action can lead to. A situation in which people do not understand what is happening, what they should do, or who someone or something is. To prove. Never use prevent. Efforts to prevent confusion. What's the case in which people do understand the way what is happening? What is happening? Almost. Okay.
But in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean in good ecosystems. I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you were honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. The example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put into the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruin the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin in the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin in the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin in the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin in the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin in the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. Then just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I can do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply to the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it so you get a Warren Buffett type, but deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This was only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press, it accelerated broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message. They would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires, the last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffetts of the world. This cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, is taking responsibility. So now, let's say they got paid $250,000 for a job. Sorry, I'm using daily prices. So maybe I'll go the rest of the world, right? $100,000 for the job to fix up a house. And it actually costs the general contractor, all said and done, $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining $30,000. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and or which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, and then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founder's own capital, and it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company, and then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk-taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it, and more capital on it, and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands, all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay, and for sure there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there are certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game, they have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you would put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. What are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real-world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing? Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to the basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early, and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation, and if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning a broken speaker, but I shouldn't. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life, and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time, I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what it looks like as an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten, when I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I've put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying like no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came with product market fit, but I'll add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange in any one of them, the whole stool's going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity of people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nibby just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away, polish away, polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nibby said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal failing, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it when it happens, I have no peace. I have no rest. I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until I've solved it. I think that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people sitting at a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nibby used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nibby and I for a meeting, a coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet, and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business, in the venture business, looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kind, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, You want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the most successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it. Until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's the three focus problem, which is you gotta make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition. Because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't. And our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are. Or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk or a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer. The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are by definition all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission. You know, insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on a unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance. You have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way. If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, you should combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. And you're right about the skill stack. Everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all of these. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate toward the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else for that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it, but also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission, and worst case, you get some ideas from them, and there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way, and it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they're often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, so sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game and you want to win a stupid prize, and it's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Opinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in the local restaurant than there is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and Nextag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that. He said, what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy? And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time. You do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, and you don't keep track and you don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look.
A word. To limit someone is better to prevent, stop something they are doing, stop something they are doing. To limit someone is better to prevent them from enjoying a felt worrying and
Confusion.
Okay, for neck. Like something like needed not to not have or not enough, not have enough something that you needed or wanted, that it needed or wanted. Worrying and like a money grab and money grab they leave crap. To limit someone especially to prevent someone food especially worry and neck money worry and neck of money like a money crap the needs of the unemployed worry and neck money and crap of money the employed or word or phrase that describes a word or phrase that describes an action, condition, or experience. The word wrong, keep, and fail are all verbs. Snowpox. Someone, especially a child who is working or doing something too slowly expressing uneducated. First expression. Third expression. You learn. You did it. you earned another hour toward you stand go stand 47 OK 37 or word or phrase that describes an active condition or experience the word. Okay, slogan. Someone, especially a child who is walk, like needed. Yeah, not enough. Walking. Okay, walk. Who is walking or doing something too slowly. Okay. Impressing an idea or opinion of what something or someone is like. What something is like. What something an idea or opinion of what something idea or opinion of what something or some like. I didn't get much of an impression of the place because it was dark when we drove through it. I didn't get much of an opinion. I didn't get much of an opinion. I didn't get much of an impression. I didn't get much of an expression of the place because it was dark. When we drove through it. I didn't get much opinion of the place because it was dark when we drove through it. What was your opinion? What was an idea or opinion of what something or someone is like? What was your expression of Charlotte, the husband? What was your expression? What was your expression Charlotte's husband? What was your impression? What was your expression of Charlotte's husband? What was your impression? What was your impression? What was your impression? What was your impression of Charlotte? What was your impression of Charlotte? What was your husband? What was your impression? What was your impression of Charlotte's husband? I don't tend to trust the first impression. I don't tend to trust first impression. What do you mean of this? I don't tend to trust the first impression and the opinion you form. The opinion you form when you meet someone or something for the first time. Tend. Walk. Tend. Be lacking. I don't tend to be lacking. to be like, I don't, to be likely or behave or be tend to be likely to behave a particular way or have a particular characteristic. We tend to get a code and we tend like we I don't and to be likely to behave in a particular way or have a particular characteristic. Oh. To be likely to behave in a particular way or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way or have a particular characteristic. Impression. Tend to be likely. I don't tend to make. To be likely. We tend to get a code. To likely to come and we tend to get I don't or tend to likely to behave in your paper or have a particular place. I think you tend to be likely to behave tended to care I don't care to care for something like a carefully tended is sounds the nurse gently tended the patent cards and bruises tend to be likely to happen or to behave a particular characteristic or effect. We tend to eat at home. Usually. Or I tend to like home, to be trust, to care for something or something.
Back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating in startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome, times how much society values what you're doing, and then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously in a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, the Buddha is saying, and then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand, but at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision. When you take two made-up estimates and you multiply them together and you get 4 degrees of precision, those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data, you don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. You're better off just picking the single biggest thing or two. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust, that the market values? Like that alone, those two variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was, avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers.
This is generally true of advice anyway, which is, it's back to Scott Adams, systems, not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're reading out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just reading your winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glib. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is sent your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied it in? Is it true in my context? And then, do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carve for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, oh, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
that's a multi-hour topic in and of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's who How to Get Rich Tweetstorm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationships. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, there are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you.
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company, but this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them in that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economists, academics, when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you are literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire Tweetstorm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I'm projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading, making money. I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky because they found a hobby that will make them fit.
We finished discussing the tweet storm, and we're going to spend some time on Q&A and discussing some of the tweets on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into the tweet storm. My first question is, do you think there are some common failure modes or typical things that people do wrong when they're trying to apply this advice?
A lot of people don't understand what specific knowledge really is or how to quote-unquote obtain it. People don't understand what accountability really entails. They think that accountability means being successfully accountable. No, it means that you have to stick your neck out and fail with your name out there publicly and be willing to let people hate on you. One of the reasons I'm less active on Twitter lately is because every tweet summons an army of nitpickers and haters, and it gets exhausting. But on the other hand, you have to learn how to ignore them, otherwise you can't survive on Twitter. A lot of people try to reconcile it with, like, should I quit my 9-to-5 job or not? That can be a very hard decision. I don't think you need to go that extreme. You can start applying accountability and leverage and specific knowledge even within your existing career. It doesn't have to necessarily be fork off and do something else completely. A lot of people will use it as a way to agree and disagree with their existing biases. They'll say, oh yeah, I agree with that part, or that part you're completely wrong. The most interesting parts should be the ones that you disagree with. Because clearly, I've proven that I know a few things. So if you disagree with it, then maybe that is an area where you can improve your thinking. I've definitely improved my thinking all the time, but I will tell you that in this tweet storm, I put down the minimum viable principles. I did not put down the whole universe of what I know about how to make money, because 90% of it is suspect. I put down the bedrock, the stuff that I'm pretty solidly sure about. And I have not yet seen a tweet that has successfully contradicted anything in this tweet storm that I would call.
Okay. The to exist, begin to exist, begin to exist, begin to exist, begin to exist. I know this, begin to exist. To exist, tend to like me, to be like me, be likely to be like me, to behave, equity, tend, tight, limiting amount, for, to begin to exist, or to make something cage, triggered, especially when something happens or has no something. As happens. We make several cases. There are some cases, special for several cases, event or person who does something special helping or other people especially help others running and without being forced, without being forced or paid to do it. Excess. Or phrase that describes a case, an action experience. When I first met him, I No. our first mate. Let me see. Our first mate. 21-7页吗？9月份9 Okay. Several more example. When I first met, when I first met, when I first met him, I got the impression. When I first met him, I got the impression that he was a shy sort of person, a group. Be under the impression to think that something is true, especially when it is not. To think that something is true, especially when it is not. I was under the impression you didn't get around to. I was under the impression you didn't get around to. To begin to exist, to be lacking, tightening, around, close to it. From one end to another, from one apart, from one part. We walk along the beach, connecting small crabs in a bucket. 整个的That mean from our part of the road. Okay. From one end to another, from one end to another, from one part of a road, from one part of a road, river to another. A romantic walk around the beach. A romantic walk around the beach. We walk around the beach. From one end to another. Okay, I was under the you didn't get around. Okay, I was under the impression you didn't get around. Around to yeah. I was under. Did you always? It's mean. Bad. We cannot change. That's all. I was under the impression you didn't get around to it. I was under the impression you didn't get around to it. Okay, more examples. You'll get a false. You do get false impression. Snap. The false impression. You get false. Okay. 太暗了，就是。 Didn't get false. Didn't get false. Had a stick. Didn't get false. Didn't get false. Didn't get false. Okay. I was under the impression to think that something is true, especially when it's not. I was didn't get around to. I was on to think that something is true. I was on. Didn't get around to get around. From one part, I mean, near Alex to around. A record or forward, moving forward. Yeah, you didn't get around to. We were just walking. We were just walking. Just walking. We were just walking. We were just. We were just walking. We were just walking. Move forward. Without you. Just. With you. You didn't get around. Record. From one. Okay. From one end to. From one end to long. Road. Or just long. Cross. Through. Long. Round. Through. Across. Round. Through. You're confused. This is important basic English. In this video, you forfeit. 哎，这个意思了。Snag. This is an important basic English. Basic.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to InvidLab. In this, across, around, and through. Okay, then let's get started. Around, and through. Okay, then around. Positions of movement are used to show movement. Let's look at the four prepositions one by one. We use the preposition along to show movement in a constant direction. We use the preposition across to show movement from one side to the other. We use the preposition around to show movement on each side of something or direction surrounding something or somebody. We use the preposition through to show movement, direction, to show movement from one side. We use the preposition across to show movement from one side to the other. To show movement in a constant direction.
Like this. Now, from one part of the road to another, especially from one triangle one side. Okay, you didn't get along too well. I was under the impression you didn't get along too well. For example, you get a false impression. You get a false impression of the town if you only went to the university. My general impression the place was good. My general impression of the place was good. You get my general impression of the place was good. My general impression of the place was good. His happiness today has made me revise my impression of him. You don't want to keep the impression that we're not interested. You don't want to keep You don't want to keep the impression that we are not interested. We don't want to keep the impression that we don't want to keep the impression that we are not interested. We don't want to keep it. You don't want to keep in the impression. Okay, it's helplessness. My general impression. My general impression of the place was good. Accurate. Okay. Accurate. What means this? Completely correct and not any mistake. You get a false impression of the town if you only went to the university. The general impression of the place was good. His helpfulness today has made me revise. His helpfulness today. The message. His helpfulness today has made me revise my first made made me revise. His help today has made me revise my written impression. His helpfulness today has made me revise thinking. Consider my original impression. Revise. Change. Okay, change. To look at or considering an idea, piece of writing, in order to consider, correct or improve it. Good better. Okay. 等会儿。 Which
Me to say, oh yeah, I got that one wrong. I think another place where people get a little bit off is they look at this and they say, well, this only applies to tech entrepreneurs. I disagree. The example that I gave about real estate was a good one in that regard. It's just the nature of leverage. The technology drives leverage. So I'm going to push you in a tech direction to get the free leverage that is available in tech. And obviously this message is being delivered through the internet. So it's going to have a pro-internet bias. There are also people who believe that it is unfair to the people who don't have these opportunities to do anything with the opportunities that they do have. With that defeatist attitude, why even get out of bed in the morning? 90% of people are dead. There's a lot of people who are living on $1 a day. Do you live on $1 a day? No, it's up to you to play the hand that you're dealt to the best of your ability, and then you can take the winnings, the pot from that hand, and do whatever you want with it to fix the world. But saying that you should not do things just because others can't do things is living in denial. It's an excuse to not do anything. There are also people who believe that wealth creation is fundamentally at odds with an environmentally safe and healthy planet. And they view the whole thing as a giant zero-sum game. That's a false narrative as well. Elon Musk is not playing a zero-sum game with the environment, and there are plenty of entrepreneurs who are not. If anything, there is a word that environmentalists love, which is sustainability, and for-profit businesses are at least financially sustainable, if nothing else. You can do a B Corp, which has a dual mission. A lot of non-profit efforts would actually be better served by for-profit companies, because then they wouldn't have to go begging for grants all the time. They would be financially sustainable. Some great founders realize their philanthropic visions by running a business.
Who is this advice targeted to? Is it for my Lyft driver? Is it for an internet entrepreneur? Is it for somebody who wants to start a YouTube channel?
Because it comes from someone who's steeped in Silicon Valley and tech companies, it's always going to have a bias towards that. But I think it's good for anybody who wants to be entrepreneurial, anybody who wants to control their own life, anybody who wants to deterministically and reliably improve their ability to create wealth over time, is patient and looking at it for the long haul. Certainly if you're 80 years old, retired, running out of energy, you should probably just stay retired. But there are 80-year-olds who have a lot of energy and want to do new things and live for the future. It can obviously apply very easily to a young person, I would say 9, 10 years old and up. The most difficult one is probably middle-aged, because when we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, we already have a lot invested. We have a lot of obligations, because those are the years where we're earning and people are relying upon us. We don't want to change because we don't want to admit defeat in what we've been doing to date. But that's where it can actually be the most fruitful. It may be the most difficult pivot. You have a 9-to-5 job, you have a family relying upon you. And so it may seem like the things in this podcast are far too idealistic, but maybe it can inform your weekend projects. Maybe it can inform your self-re-education that you do at night on the internet. Maybe it can inform what roles you take on in the company that you're at, because they move you closer and closer to points of leverage, points of judgment, or points where you're naturally good at and you're authentic. It might cause you to take on more accountability. Even applied piecemeals, these principles can directionally guide you regardless of what stage you are at in life short of retirement. And if you're in retirement, just test them to see if they're true and then teach them to your kids or your grandkids. There's many different ways to participate. It should really apply to almost everybody who has a complete body, sound mind, and is looking to work.
I think one way to apply the advice is to look at who is getting the leverage off of the work that you're doing. Look up the value chain, look at who's above you and who's above them, and see how they are taking advantage of the time and the work that you're doing and how they're applying leverage to it. People do that naturally in that they want to move up the corporate ladder, but that's mostly about managing other people. And what you really want to be doing is managing more capital, products, media, and community. People think about moving up the ladder in their organization, but they don't think that often about moving to a different organization or creating their own organization to get more leverage.
In general, ceteris paribus, fancy Latin words for all other things equal, you will do better in a smaller organization than a larger one. You will have more accountability, it'll be more visible.
Why?
You are more likely to be able to try on multiple things to find out the thing that you are uniquely good at. People are more likely to give you leverage through battlefield promotions. You're going to have more flexibility. There'll be more authenticity to how the company operates. A good progression for careers: start out in a large company and then progressively move to smaller and smaller ones. It's very hard to go from a small company to work in a larger company. Larger companies tend to be more about politics and less about merit. They're more stable, but they're less innovative situations. The goal long term is, if we are all wealthy, is that we're all working for ourselves, and the people who are working for us are essentially robots. And today that's software robots in data centers executing code. Tomorrow it could be delivery bots, flying bots, mechanical bots that are carrying things around. This goes back to this idea of the best relationships are peer relationships. If there's someone above you, then that's someone to learn from. If you're not learning from them and improving, then there shouldn't be anybody above you. If there's somebody below you, it's because you're teaching them and enabling them. If you're not teaching them and enabling them, then get a robot underneath. You don't need a human being below you. This is utopian, and it's a long ways off, but in the not too distant future, anybody who wants to work for themselves will be able to work for themselves. You may have to make other sacrifices. You may have to take on more risk. You may take on more accountability. You may have less steady income, but more and more, I think the younger generation is realizing that if they're going to work for themselves.
In one of your tweets, you listed out some of the things you should study, like programming, sales, reading, writing, arithmetic. One of the items that ended up on the cutting room floor was that you should also study ethics.
I was originally going to put that out there as a concession to people who believe that making money is evil, and that the only way to make it is evil. But then I realized ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about, and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code, and where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I can point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule, which is don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you.
What?
Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network. And then they want to do business with you. And if you build a good enough reputation for being ethical, eventually people will pay you just to do deals through you, because you're the one who will validate and ensure the deals by your presence, because you wouldn't be involved with low-quality stuff. So being ethical actually pays off in the long run, but it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, you want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have two threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies. So you force those people out of your network, and sometimes it's painful, like friends and family, but long term you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being deal makers in the network because people go to them for a fair shake or to figure out what's fair. And so if you are cutting people fair deals, you don't get paid in the short term, but in the long term, everybody wants to deal with you. And you end up being a market hub. You have more information, you have trust, you have reputation, and people end up doing deals through you. A lot of wisdom is just realizing the long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're willing to seem to everybody around you.
do you want to tell us about some of the jobs that you had as a youth and the specific job that kicked off your fanatical obsession with creating wealth?
This gets a little personal, and I don't want to do the humble brag thing. There was some thread going around on Twitter about like name 5 jobs you've held, and every rich person on there was trying to signal how they've held like normal jobs. So I don't want to play that game. I've held a bunch of menial jobs. There were people who had it worse than me, people who had it better than me. There was one point where I was washing dishes in the school cafeteria, and I said, F this, I hate this, I can't do this anymore. And I sweet-talked my way to a computer science prof of helping TA his CS class in algorithms, when I myself was completely unqualified for that. And so
my first haircut has the impression that hair was or share sort of person. Be under the impression, okay, to think that something. Especially when it is not. To think that something is true, especially when something not. Okay, especially when it is not. I was under the impression you didn't take it along. Okay, you didn't. His helpfulness had made me revise. To look at change. So consider again either piece of writing. In order to correct prove it. Okay, better. Okay. See. Yeah, you're right. Revise for my arrangement. Interested. I was under the erroneous impression that is married. That they were married. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. Wrong. Erroneous. Wrong. False. I was under the erroneous impression. That they were married. No, they that mission seems looks or fails to a particular person to a particular person. It makes a very bad impression. It makes a particular person. The way that something seems looks or fails to a particular person. Wow, how here? To a particular person. Then we got town. It's dark. To a particular person. And it makes a very bad impression if you are late for an interview. It makes a very bad impression if you are late for an interview. His next to give the impression his terrible partner has not friends. For example, it's important to create a good impression when you meet a new client, customer. Okay. And do that. It's important to create. He likes to give the impression. No, it's important to create a good impression when you meet a new customer. When a person, client, customer or someone, or someone when someone who receives services, someone who received services, receives services. She made a very She made a very favorable impression on us. She made a very favorable impression on us. She made a very impressive. She made a very favorable impression on us. It has 20 years favorable. She made a very favorable. She made a very favorable impression on us. She made a very favorable impression on us. Oh, favorable. To let them, she made a very favorable impression on us. In the relationship with us. It has 20 years. It has 20 years of work. It has 20 years working record. 20 Okay. She made a very favorable impression. She made a very impression on us. It has 20 years working for the company. Joe Pearson made an indelible impression on it. It has 20 years working for the company. Joe Pearson made an indelible black mark. Joe Pearson indelible. Similar mark, indelible mark, substance, or indelible mark or substance is impossible to remove by wash or in any other way. Okay. Impossible to move. Okay. Impossible to move by wash or by any other method. By another method. Impossible to remove by wash. Impossible to remove by wash or by any other method. Okay. It has 20 years work. Impossible to remove by wash. by was. Impossible to move. Mark. By was. Mark by was. By was. Was. Or by was. Or by any other method. Method. Like ways. Method like ways. Okay. In his 20 years working for the company, Joe Pearson made an indelible impression on it. Did any of your teachers made a nasty impression on it? Nasty. Did any of your teachers make a nasty, deep, nasty deep? Nasty. Nasty. Continuing to exist for long time, continue to exist for a long time, or forever. Deep your mind, deep your feelings. Not forget it. Okay. Like this. Continuing to exist for a long time, forever, or forever, for a long time. Continue to exist. Nasty. Okay. Did any of your teachers made a nasty impression on it? Nasty impression on you? Did any of your teachers made a nasty impression on you? Attempt at copying another person's manner and speech. Attempt at capture another person's manner and speech, especially in order to make people laugh. Attempt at copying another person's manner, ways, person's speech, attempt exist for a long time,
Attempt.
To try to do something, especially something difficult. Okay. To try to do something especially difficult, something do. Okay. To an attempt at copying another person's manner and speech. Manner. Person's manner, the way in which something is done. A star at me. He was elected in the normal manner. It was manner of her death. It was manner for death in that star in the public mind. It was the honor of the death in that star in the public mind. Step. That was the end. they can probably comment. It was the manner way, the way in which something is done. The way something is done. You didn't exist. Something exists. She does attempt at copying another person's manner and speech, especially in order to make people laugh. Especially in order to make people laugh, she does a really good impression of the president. She does a really good impression of the president. She does a really good impression of the president. Twinkle loud, high sound. Twinkle loud, high sound. Twinkle loud, high sound. Twinkle loud, high sound. They embarrass. Okay, attempt to try to do something, and that's the difficult one is attempt to try to do something, especially something difficult. To try to do something, especially something difficult. To try to do something, especially something difficult. Especially something difficult. To try to do something, 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 especially something difficult. Okay. To try to do something especially something difficult. To try to do something. To try to do something especially. To try to do something especially something difficult. Do something special. If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, making a loud, high sound. The car screamed around the bend. And the spectator. The cars are screaming around again. Attempt trying to do something especially that difficult. Especially something difficult. An attempt at copy another person's manners. They way that something is done. They will punishment the manner speech. Especially in order to make people laugh. Especially in order make someone listen to something. Make someone to do something. Especially in order to make someone 啊，好疼啊 It's hurt. Maybe it's hurt. Yeah, not right. Especially in order to make people. Especially in order to make people laugh. She does a really good impression of the president. Copy. President. Okay.一字七，我操，这一字七这才多啊 ！Cheese， 6 OK。A remark made on the surface of something by press an object into it. There were impressions around her ankles made by the taps of her socks. There were impressions around her ankles made by the taps of her socks. There were impressions around her ankles. There were impressions around her ankles made by the taps of her socks. There were impressions around There were impressions around her ankles made. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. Stick. Thin piece. This thin piece of wood or other material, not check. Thing, so bonus. stick and ankles. There were impressions around her ankles. Oh, there were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. Now, all the copies of a book that has been printed at the same time without any change being made. This is the second impression of the encyclopedia. Okay, I mean, all the copies of a book that have been printed at the same time without any change being made. This is the second impression of the encyclopedia. Okay. All the copies of the book that it has been printed at the same without any change being made. Without any change being made. This is the second impression. Second impression. To choose that. Okay, encyclopedia. 百科全书这样子。encyclopedia. Many books combine. Many books knowledge combine one book. That's right. Combine book. Okay. One book by many books. Many books knowledge combine that. Cap. They separate front of large vehicle. Oh, the separate front part of a large vehicle, such as a truck. Such as a truck. Which is a truck. Vehicle. A large round vehicle that is used for transporting large amounts of goods. Vehicle. They separate front. Separated front part of a large vehicle, such as a truck, bus, or train, in which the driver sits. Screen. Cab. The separate front part of a large vehicle, such as a truck, bus, or train, in which driver sits. Okay, just how much? Scream to carry or to carry. Not okay. To carry words to something naughty and usually are on a high note. What's meaning? And usually high note, especially because of strong emotion. Especially because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement, or anger, are high note. Usually are high note. High note. Are high note. A high note. High note. Got ya? Note. That's it? It's funny. High note. High note. To cry or say something naughty and usually on a high note, especially because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement, or anger. To cry or say something naughty and usually on a high note. I handled especially because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement, or anger. Cry or say something naughty, and usually on a high note, especially because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement. Or anger. Not handled. Absent is the same. A spider landed on her piano and she screamed. The spider landed on her piano and she screamed. A spider landed on her piano. A spider landed on her piano and she screamed. A spider landed on her piano and she cried. Spider landed to do it. A spider landed on her piano and she screamed. Through the smoke, they will rescue. Through the smoke, they could her rescue. A person who helps someone out of dangerous or unpleasant situation. Rescue. rescue. Through the smoke, the scarecrow could hear people scream for help. He was screaming in pain and begging for anesthetic. Anesthetic. He was screaming in pain and begging. He was pain. He was screaming in pain and begging for aesthetic. They screamed with laughter. They screamed with laughter at her jokes. They screamed with laughter at her jokes. I don't know about her jokes. Her jokes. Okay, and it's her jokes. Laughter with her laughter at her jokes. They screamed with laughter at her jokes. Ken screamed, warning. This Ken screamed. Warning, telling people to get out their way. She screamed, warning, she screamed, like he screamed, warning, telling people to get out of their way. Mrs. Brown screamed at Joe for drop the test two. Cover test two. I've never found scream at my staff to be more effective. I've never found scream at my staff to be more effective. Staff. I've never found a shout angry to be effective. Staff people, a group of people to work on怎么跟这个不一样 I've never found at my I have to be more effective achieve work success perfect rescue fake successful or achieving the results that you want successful Okay, take this one. This one. I've never found screaming. I've never found screaming at my staff. I've never found screaming at my staff to be more effective. 我从来没有找到，我从来没有从那些后台的员工。I wish you were dead. She screamed. I tried to apologize. I tried to apologize. I tried to apologize. I tried to apologize, but he just screamed, abuse at me, abuse. I tried to apologize, but she just abuse. Abuse. What's wrong? Abuse at me. Offenses. Use wrong. To use something for the wrong purpose. Well, that is harmful. But he just这种意思，我想道歉，尝试着道歉，但是他吼我，但是刚刚吼我，但是他只是吼我，在那里吼我，我想道歉，但是他只是在那里吼我，like this, abuse at me. If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, making a loud, high sound. The car screamed around the bend. They spectators. I don't know the meaning. I need to check. Let me check. Not bend curve. And the car screamed around. The I'm straight. That's not straight. Spectator. A person who watches, like, especially sport, not part. Spectator. Oh, the car screamed around the bend. That's wrong. The car screamed the bend. Curve. The round bend. The round bend to the left after the traffic. Spectator. The spectator. A person who watches activity, especially sport, site. especially a sport event without taking part. Without taking part. Oh my god. Jeez. The car screens around the bend and curve. The spectrum. Was an activity, especially sport activity, especially as sports, without taking part, to make another high sound. The embrace races. The ambulance races around the corner when it's the ambulance race. The ambulance around the corner. Sounds a little bit. I know. Some very colors. Ambulance. The ambulance raced around the corner with its tire. Around the corner with its tires. Ambulance tire. Cars are part of car. Sim. Yeah, are part of the cars. Ambulance. Okay, ambulance. The ambulance race. The ambulance raced around the corner. Race. Think about things. Consider something. Or tend to like demands, request. Pollution. 我感觉至少还需要 at least one. I can understand. Contemporaries consider corner. Pollution. Corner. Around the corner with around ambulance raised around the corner where it is around the corner with its tired with its tired screen. Okay, for example.
To learn computer science algorithms so I could TA the rest of the course. But that desire came out of the suffering of washing dishes in the college cafeteria, which is not to say there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything, really, but it was just not for me. I did not enjoy it. I had an active mind, and I wanted to make my money and earn my living through mental activities, not through physical activities. But sometimes it takes the suffering of doing the wrong thing to motivate you enough to do the right thing. I worked at a law firm for a while, a big prestigious law firm in New York City. I had a big internship there. And I basically got fired for surfing Usenet back in the day. This is before the internet was a big thing. Usenet was the news groups, and it was the only way for me to stay from being completely bored. And I was an overpaid guy wearing a tie and a suit, and had to hang out in the conference room when the lawyers needed photocopies. I would make photocopies. And in the meantime, I would be bored out of my skull. This is pre-iPhone. Thank God to Steve Jobs for saving us all from unending boredom. But I used to read the Wall Street Journal, or anything that I could get my hands on. I would have read the back of a brochure just to keep from going insane, because of listening to a bunch of corporate lawyers discuss how to optimize minute details in a big contract is really dull. And they got mad at me because they wanted me to sit there quietly and not read the Wall Street Journal. They said that's rude, that's misbehavior. So I got called up and reprimanded a bunch of times, and then I was finally terminated, and I was sent home in shame early from my very prestigious internship, destroying my chance of going to law school, and I was unhappy for all of an hour. But ultimately, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, because then I would have ended up as a lawyer. Not that I have anything against lawyers, but it's not what I was meant to do.
You mentioned the catering job that you had a while back that really kicked off the whole obsession.
That was an envy thing. When I was in high school, I had to make some money to pay for my first semester at college, and I had to get a job. It was the summer of 1990, 1991 time frame. So this was the Bush senior recession. If anyone who was alive back then remembers this, so it was actually really hard to get a job. So I ended up working for an Indian food catering company, and I ended up having to serve at a birthday party for a kid who was actually in my school. So I saw my classmates, and I was out there serving food and drinks to them, and that was incredibly embarrassing. I wanted to hide away and die right there. But you know what? It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the motivation. If I hadn't had that happen, I probably wouldn't be as motivated, and I wouldn't be as successful. So it's all fine. But it was definitely a very strong motivator. In that sense, envy can be useful. Envy can also eat you alive if you let it follow you your entire life. But there are points in your life where it can be a very powerful booster rocket.
We spoke earlier about picking a business model that has leverage, from scale economies, network effects, zero marginal cost of replication. There were a few other ideas on the cutting room floor that I want to go through with you. The first one was the principal agent problem.
So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of a mental model checklist. I know Charlie Munger does, but that's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up from microeconomics, because as we've established, macroeconomics is not really worth spending time on, is what's called the principal agent problem. Principal in this case is principal with a P-A-L, not P-L-E, so it's not a principal that you follow. It's a principal who is a person. A principal is an owner, and an agent is the person who works for the owner. So you can think of it as an employee, the difference between a founder and an employee. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. It's generally attributed to either one. But he said, if you want it done, then go. If not, then send. Which is saying, if you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal agent problem pops up everywhere. In microeconomics, the way that they try to characterize it is that the principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner of the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood or in the business, or might make them personally the most money. You see this a lot with hired gun CEOs running public companies, where the ownership of the public company is distributed so widely that there's no principal remaining. So nobody owns more than 1% of the company. The CEO takes charge, stuffs the board with their buddies, and then starts issuing themselves low-price stock options or doing a lot of stock buybacks because their compensation is based directly tied to the stock price. So agents have a way of hacking systems. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. As Charlie Munger says, if you can be working on incentives, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. The study of signaling and signals is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem. Because the good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money, they're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. Principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? And I think you have to truly have been a founder to fully appreciate how important this founder mentality thing is, and what a difficult and gnarly problem the principal agent problem is. What I would say to you is, if you are a principal, you essentially want to spend a lot of your time thinking about this problem. What that means is, you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will, and you want them to be aligned with you in how they operate. When you do business deals, it's better to have an aligned partnership where you both have the same incentives than a partnership where you got the advantage in the deal. You negotiate in such a way that you got the better end of the transaction, because eventually the other person will figure it out, or they'll be misaligned and the partnership will fall apart. Either way, it's not going to be one of those things that you can invest into with the benefits of compound interest over decades. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. It's also going to align you with the principal, and a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. I'm always very impressed by founders who will promote up very, very young people through the ranks, having them skip multiple levels despite their experience. And invariably it happens because this agent, who's way deep down, thinks like a principal. So if you can hack your way through the principal agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company.
The reason I asked about this one first is because I feel like I personally never see the principal agent problem in my work. I tend to work in small teams where everybody is highly economically aligned, and the people have been filtered for a commitment to the mission, and everybody else who doesn't work out moves on to another role elsewhere.
These are all heuristics that you have designed to avoid having to deal with the single biggest problem in management. Another example of a heuristic you can have that helps you route around the principal agent problem is to deal with the smallest firms possible. So for example, when I'm hiring a lawyer or a banker or even an accountant to work on my deals, one of the things that I've become very cognizant about is the bigger firms, all other things equal, are generally worse. Yes, they have more experience. Yes, they have more people. Yes, they have a bigger brand. But what you'll find is that the principal and the agent are highly separated. And very often the principal will sell you and convince you to work with a firm, but then all the work will be done by an agent who simply doesn't care as much. And you can end up getting substandard service. So I prefer to work with boutiques, and my ideal law firm to work with is a law firm of one. My ideal banker to work with is a solo banker. Now you're making other sacrifices and trade-offs in terms of that person's resources, and you are betting big on that person, but you've got one throat to choke, there's no one else to point fingers to, there's nowhere to run. The accountability is extremely high. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just to say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Let's chat about the Kelly criterion.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is, don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates, if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand, because even when you have an edge, you can still lose. So let's say you have 51-49 edge, every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge, because you could just lose everything, and you don't get to come back to the average. Nassim Taleb famously talks about ergodicity, which is a fancy word for the simple concept that what is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100 times. The easiest way to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people who play Russian roulette once each, and then each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead, 5 people have $1 billion, versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire, is going to end up worth 0. And so risk-taking, especially when the averages are calculated across large populations, is not always rational. The Kelly criterion helps you avoid ruin. The number one way in which people get ruined in modern business is not by betting too much, but it's by cutting corners and doing unethical things or downright illegal things. Ending up in an orange jumpsuit in prison or having your reputation ruined is the same as getting wiped to 0. So never do those things.
Let's talk about the Schelling point.
Is a game theory concept made famous by Thomas Schelling in a book called Strategy of Conflict, which I do recommend reading. It's about multiplayer games where other people are responding based on what they think your response is. What he came up with was the mathematical formalization of how do you get people who cannot communicate with each other to coordinate. Suppose that I want to meet with you, but I don't tell you where and I don't tell you when. We both want to meet, but we cannot communicate any more information to each other. That would sound like an impossible problem to solve. We're done. We can't do it. Not quite. Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person and smart, we're going to start thinking. If we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where would we meet? What is a big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have 2 companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way. This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that, this is a tweet that I have, negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation at the end of the day is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person and they are taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high cost, low information, single move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors, and the contractor has no choice on what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends, you try to go through reputation, and what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move, expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need 2 different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into 2 projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have 3 friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome of these projects. Another one might be the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game. and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, life gets a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect, especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was that good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, "I always want it to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote." Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounded relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week. You're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And on the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. What it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide that. It's just the rich person is more willing to pay, so you have to give them the little things that they need extra to either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administration so the IT person can monitor everything that's going on, you suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a price product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets. Even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee costs $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's selling the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. It's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be a $1 trillion company, but I will bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say, that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. What you'll end up with is the price that it's worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised around at $10 million, and that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing, your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there's an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And if you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution, return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare you into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. Properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's a good framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things like save the environment rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor where you said, you will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving, preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people and apprenticeship is the only model.
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably won't have the motivation to make money in the first place. But if you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. You know, Warren Buffett went and tried to work with Benjamin Graham straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and Ben Graham said, you're overpriced. It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in terms of short-term career to work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding, so no one has figured it out. Or it's a field that's very circumstantial, where the details really matter, and it's always moving. For example, fund investments or investing in general is one of those skills. Entrepreneurship is one of those skills. One of the most coveted jobs that's come up in Silicon Valley in the last half decade or so is being a chief of staff for an entrepreneur, where the brightest young kids will follow the CEO or the entrepreneur around and do whatever that person needs them to do. And in many cases, they were overqualified for the position. You may have someone who has 2 graduate degrees who is essentially running the CEO's laundry for that day because that's the most important thing that needs to be done. But at the same time, they're also going to be sitting in all the highest end staff meetings. They're going to be privy to all the venture fundraising decks and all the stress and drama, theatrics, innovation, and knowledge that can only come from being next to the entrepreneur. Because the entrepreneur is willing to do anything and everything to make their company successful, and the chief of staff is accompanying them in learning. Now, obviously, this is very Silicon Valley-centric type of company advice. If you are currently stuck in a normal job, and you don't have the opportunity to learn an apprenticeship model, and you need to make money, then go ahead and do that job. But even within the context of that job, try to be innovative, sign up to take on new challenges, new responsibilities, find the part of the job that has the steepest learning curve. What you're really trying to avoid is repetitive drudgery. Repetitive drudgery doesn't serve anybody. But then you're essentially just counting the time until your job is automated away. Even if you're a barista at the coffee shop, try to figure out how to make connections with the customers. Try to figure out how to innovate on what you're offering them, your basic service, and delight the customer. And what will happen is managers, founders, owners, they notice. The hardest thing for any founder is to find people who will work with them, who have founder mentality. This is a
Okay. Phrase or else should phrase or else should scream the gunman, screamed the gun. He should was a snake, and he should as a snake, and he should as a snake, and Minnie screamed. He was great. He was greeted by an army. He was greeted by an army of screaming. He was greeted by an army of screaming teenagers. He was greeted by an army of screaming teenagers. He was greeted by an army of screaming teenagers. Greeted. Oh, by screaming teenagers. Okay. Oh, I say teenagers. From 10 age, from 10 to 16 age. Right? Is that right?
Teenager.
A person or a young person between 30 and 19 years old, or a young person between 13 and 19 years old, or a young person between 13 and 19 years old. The magazine is aimed at teenagers and young adults. Yeah, right. Teenagers between 13 and 19 years old. And these screens. Great. To welcome someone or particular word or particular action, or to react to something in this state. He was greeted by an army of screaming teenagers. Okay. I heard a woman in the house opportunity different country. Okay, I heard a woman in the house up dead screaming for help. after the different company. The audience scream their appreciation. The audience like what? Numbers. The audience. Group of people. The group of people together in one place to less or less to play move. Something speaking. To group of people together in one place. The group of people. The audience screamed their appreciation. Wow, the act of calculating or understanding that something is very important or described. Important. The act of calculating or understanding that something is very important or as described. The act of calculating or understanding that something is very. The act of calculating or understanding that something is very important or as described. In application, they crowd cheer in application. Max has no application. Max has no application. What is the act of recalculating or understanding that something is right, important or as described. Application. The crowd cheered in application. Max has no application. Finger. fans, family. It's new. 可以是 appreciation. We pass under. Attention. Also scream, vouch. Also scream out. If a word or image, if a word or image, or if a word or image screams, it gets attention. It gets attention because it is very big or easy to notice. If a word or image, it gets attention because it is very big or easy to notice. Next plan disaster. Let's plan disaster. Screaming newspaper. Okay, let's plan. Okay. Huge disaster. Disaster. Great harm. Great harm damage. Great. Or death. Or certificate. Great harm. Harm. Physical or other injury or damage. Physical or other injury or damage. Disaster. Great harm. Great harm damage. Physical injury. Event any that happen is special to the important role. Disaster. Okay. Next plan. Scream the newspaper headlines and the next day. No noise or loud high sound you make when you're frightened, excited or angry. Frightened. Frightened. Feeling fear or worry. Feeling fear. Feeling fear or frightened. Feeling fear or worry. Feeling fear or worry. Or loud high sound you make when you're frightened, excited, or angry. I scream out pain. I scream out laughter. So that's No one for the door scream. No one for the door scream. No one for the door scream. No screams. She let out the appearance scream. Frightened, feeling fear or worry, appearance. Great to welcome for to begin to exist, to begin to exist, to begin to exist, to begin to exist, or to make something begin to exist, to begin to exist, or to make something begin to exist. Okay, from begin to exist, or to make something begin to exist. Or loud, scream out, scream. She let out a pierce. She let out pierce. She let out a pierce. Sherry, scream. She let out a pierce. Sherry, scream. She let out a pierce. Scream. Going through or into something. More code will make you feel work. Sneak out a pure scream. Going through. She goes through pure goes through or into something, high, loud, and unpleasant. Loud, and unpleasant. Jeez. Pure science. Or homemade in the body for burning. Okay. Jewelry. Okay, throughout. Feeling or seeing or shocking. Feeling or seeing. Feeling or seeing. Feeling or shout. Able to count. Having said it, your brain that can cut something or make cool. Point. Able to cut. Produce Wait. Sharp. Able to cut. She let out a piercing scream. She let out a piercing scream. this. Wow. 新非常 scroll. Jeez. Okay, hold. Or not high or something. Send it out options. Words. Consider again. To note or consider again piece of word. In order to correct or improve it. Send out options. Yeah. Right. That's what I imagine. Select person screen. A person. Person thing or situation that is then such a screen projects have me in stitches. Stitch. I don't understand this. Oh. This. Producer will describing a quick, strong, and that makes you feel far. Overcut. First, frightened, feeling fear. Disaster. And even to that results in great harm, damage or death or so difficult. Stitches. 我怎么知道了 ？Stitches。这个实验，我之前读了10几天了。This is amazing. Oh, third. A piece of third surveying close. Then such as screen projects, mean text. Then such as this. 见四句，见四句。这里面我觉得不是。Jokes I miss dishes. Stitch. 问题是这样的 ：A piece of thread we close or the single component. A needle and thread into and out of the cloth that produces impulse. Smiths. Sure. Stitches. A bigger type of stitch is made like this. Or sharply put on the side of the stomach or chest, often caused by not. Then such as green jokes has been balanced breath enough when running or knife. Or sharp pain in this side of your stomach or chest. Often causes the bad breath enough when running or knife. Okay, Jan such a scream. He jokes have me stitches. Okay. Stitches. To make a piece of cloth. This. Use the thread. He. Or shape in this side of stomach or chest. Or sharp. Able to count. Sharp. have this have the have a thin having a thin edge or point that can cut something or make a hole in something or make a hole in something. Having a thin edge or point that can cut something or make a hole in something. Okay, so we're making this. Or make something. Hey. Prices. Sure. Able to cut, having a thin edge or point that cut something or make a hole in something or make a hole in something. Having a thin edge or point that can cut something or make a hole in something. Produce a word describing a quick stomping that make you feel like you have been cut. 我觉得学习它是这个经济结构。Crying or say something loudly and usually on or high note, especially because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement, or anger. The children screamed in delight and they sat on the hill. The children screamed in delight and they sneezed. Ah, gee. That was delight. Something about something gay. Great pleasure, satisfaction or happiness. Delight. Something or someone that gives. Something or someone that gives. My sister's little boy is real delight. My sister, cool. My sister's little boy is real delight. Thanks. I read your net with great night. Eh? Why? So okay. I read your letter with great delight. Delight? Why? Great pleasure, satisfaction, or happiness. I read your letter with great delight. The children screaming into the night, as they settled down the hill. Settled down. With pleasure. Snedded. Bag. An object. The children screamed in delight as they slided down the hill. An object used for traveling over snow and ice. Snedded. children screamed and then 这次滑雪。Snatted, and they snatted down the hill, and they snatted down the hill. The children screamed in the night, and they snatted down the hill. The children screamed in the night, and they snatted down the hill. Some people still trapped. Some people still trapped in the wreckage. Some people still trapped in the children screamed in the night as they snatted down the hill. Some people still trapped. Some people still trapped in the wreckage screamed for help. Some people still trapped. Some still. Some people still trapped in the wreckage screamed for help. Some people still trapped in the wreckage screamed for help. Some people still trapped in the wreckage screamed for help. Okay, some people still trapped wreckage. I don't know this tonight. Great prayer, satisfaction or happiness. Okay. Oh, it's different. Trapped. Some people still trapped in their wreckage. Trapped. Something that prevent or demise or for无了，我靠！ Wait, what? Wreckage. Or badly damaged objects or they separate. Or a bad damage object or they separated. Abandoned damage object or separate part of the abandoned object. Wreckage. 不是废墟吗？ Wreckage. Some people still trapped in the wreckage. In the wreckage. No. Snatted. Wreckage. Okay. Separate. Abandoned damage subject or they separated. Abandoned damage object or they separated part of the abandoned damage object. Abandoned damage object. Abandoned damage object. Abandoned damage. Harmed. Physical or other injury. Physic. Damage. Harmed. Damage. Damage was pallet. Wreckage. Or biting damaged object, or they separate parts of a biting damaged object. Or biting damaged object, or they separate it. Or biting damaged object, or they separated the parts of bad damage. A bad damage, or the separated parts of bad damaged object. Okay, some people still trapped in the wreckage screamed for help. In the fish may be chat. 还有你是仍然在飞行，紧张去跑着，大声寻求，那个是 damage, wreckage, trap. Third. Okay. Yes. Spit. Content. To force out the content or was some subject of the mouth, especially say liver. Your joy, spite, contemptuous in the face. Never spat, content in the noise. He spat the meat out of the discuss. Spat the meat out. He spat the meat out in disgust. Or joy or spite contemptuous.
It's a way of saying they care enough. And what most people will say, well, I'm not the founder, I'm not being paid enough to care. Actually, you are. The knowledge and the skills that you gain by having founder mentality set you up to be a founder down the line and pays you in that sense. You can get a lot out of almost any position. You just have to put a lot into it.
If I'm working a job and I want to figure out if I should get accountability, judgment, specific knowledge, leverage, it sounds like you're saying the one thing to optimize for is specific knowledge out of all those things if you can.
Judgment takes experience, takes a lot of time to build up. You have to put yourself in positions where you can exercise judgment that will come from taking on accountability. Leverage is something that society gives you much later once you've demonstrated your judgment. unless you learn a code or you become good with media. These are permissionless leverage. Leverage kind of comes later. Judgment comes later. Accountability you can take on immediately. You can say, hey, I'll take charge of this thing that nobody wants to take charge of. So accountability is where you can step up, but then you're publicly putting your neck on the chopping block. So you have to deliver. Specific knowledge gets built up by taking on accountability for things that other people don't know how to do, and that perhaps you enjoy doing or you're naturally inclined towards doing. You could be working in a factory, and it may turn out that the hardest thing in the factory is knowing how to raise capital to keep the factory running. And that's what the owner of the factory is always stressed out about. And if you notice this, and you're like, I'm good at balancing my checkbook and I have a good head for numbers, and I'm good at watching money, but I haven't really raised money before, you offer your help and become the owner's sidekick in that regard. You help solve their biggest problem. You'll become the heir apparent. Early on, find things where you have any interest and take on accountability. Don't worry about short-term compensation. If you dive into the edge of knowledge, which nobody knows how to solve, and you solve the hard problems taking on accountability, people will line up behind you. The leverage will come.
There were a couple other related tweets to this topic from the cutting room floor that I'll read out. First, the technology industry is a great place to acquire specific knowledge. The frontier is always moving forward. If you are genuinely intellectually curious, you will acquire the knowledge ahead of others.
Real technology is around us everywhere. The spoon was technology once. Fire was technology once. But once we figured out how to make it work, it disappeared in the background, became part of our everyday lives. So technology is by definition the intellectual frontier. It's taking the things that are recent from science or from culture that we have not yet figured out how to mass produce, and it's figuring out how to commercialize it, how to make it available to everybody. So technology will always be where you can pick up specific knowledge that is valuable to society that doesn't quite understand yet. For example, if I become a world-class expert in machine learning, just when machine learning is starting to take off, and I got through my genuine intellectual interest and I bet my career on it, I'm going to do really well. But 20 years from now, machine learning may be second hat. There are also timeless forms of specific knowledge. For example, if you're good at persuading people, it's probably a skill that you picked up early on in life. It's always going to apply because persuading people is always going to be valuable. This is one of those skills that's generic. It probably alone is not enough to build a career on. It needs to be combined, a skill stack. You might combine persuasion with accounting, combined with understanding, for example, semiconductor production lines, and now all of a sudden you're the best semiconductor salesperson that becomes the best semiconductor company CEO. There are timeless specific knowledge skills. Those are skills I would say that can pretty much never be taught. And then there are timely specific knowledge skills which come and go, but even those tend to have fairly long shelf lives of a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. So technology is just a good place to find those specific skill sets. And if you can bring in a more generic specialized knowledge skill sets.
The other tweet from the cutting room floor was related to accountability in companies. It said, companies don't know how to measure outputs, so they measure inputs instead. Work in a way that your outputs are visible and measurable. If you don't have accountability, do something different.
The entire structure of rewarding people comes from the agricultural and industrial age, where your inputs and your outputs matched up very closely. The amount of hours that you put into doing something was a good rough proxy for what kind of output you would.